Fast turnaround. JD's Tire and Auto. The total package for all your vehicle needs. You're listening to Sports Call on Tiger 93.9, WTGZ, Union Springs, Montgomery, and Auburn, and AM 620 WTRP, LaGrange.
You better buckle your seatbelts because it's going to be a show to watch.
From Tiger Communications.
Jackson, touchdown.
For 20 years, East Alabama's sports talk leader.
Swing and drive. Belton right.
Sports Call.
Oh, what a dunk.
Call in now at 887-3401 Locomotive.
Right through. He got it.
Or 1-888-9-TIGER-9 toll free.
Struck him out.
And now, coming to you live from the loveliest village on the plains. Sports Call.
Hello again, everyone, and good Thursday afternoon. Welcome into the latest edition of Sports Call. I am Andy Graham alongside Randy Lee, and we'll be with you for the next 2 hours, taking your phone calls and discussing everything going on in the world of sports. We appreciate so much all of you out there joining us today, whether that be on 93.9 The Tiger or sportscallauburn.com. We appreciate you joining us today. We've got a great show planned for you, a couple of great guests coming up. Jason Caldwell going to be with us at 4:30 to discuss everything going on as Auburn prepares to take on Jacksonville State this Saturday, the home opener for the Auburn Tigers. And then Dr. Paul Goldhagen will join us at 5 o'clock, orthopedic surgeon here in Alexander City. We'll talk about some of the injuries that Auburn suffered in game number 1 and maybe the prognosis for some of the players moving forward. Again, a lot to talk about today, a lot going on in the world of sports, but we'd love to hear from you. We'd love for you to be a part of the program today. Give us a call at 1-888-9-TIGER-9 toll-free or locally at 334-887-3401 on the Auburn-Opelika Tourism Hotline. You can also check us out on our Facebook page, or you can just send us a tweet at SportsCallAU. We'll take your predictions as we have all week. We'll continue to do that today and tomorrow. Jacksonville State at Auburn. Jeremy Johnson, passing yards being the tiebreaker. Our question of the day, what are your thoughts on playing FCS teams? That seems to be a big topic of conversation these days. Are you for it or are you against it? Some people have a lot of differing opinions. Of course, Jacksonville State, a very good FCS team, number 5 in the country, maybe certainly a national title contender in FCS. Is that better than playing an also-ran in the FBS? What's your opinion? Sports Call today brought to you by Home Place Mortgage. Home Place Mortgage of Auburn and Lake Martin, the region's best mortgage professionals, and rates for all new home or refinancing mortgage services. Come to the right place. Home Place Mortgage of Auburn and Lake Martin. Be sure to check them out at homeplacemtg.com. Again, the NFL kicks off their season tonight. Pittsburgh Steelers at the New England Patriots. That one at 7:30 on NBC. Of course, a lot was made of that game. Tom Brady would not play. Boy, that was just going to ruin that game. His suspension is overturned. Tom Brady will play tonight. Is he going to be a little rusty? What can we truly expect from him tonight against Pittsburgh as the NFL gets kicked off? Auburn says the plan is to play everyone on Saturday. They won't hold anybody back. I guess that, right now that means Carl Lawson, Trey Matthews, Javon Robinson, Rock Thomas, all included. Now, saying it's one thing, doing it's another. So do you like that plan? Do you wish they would hold those guys out? Jay Jacobs makes a statement on lottery-based scholarships. And my goodness, Randy, we talked about this
Amen.
for years. You and I have had personal conversations about it, but we've talked about it on this show quite a bit, especially when it comes to college baseball. Auburn continues their preparation for Jacksonville State. And again, Jason Caldwell will join us at 4:30. Dr. Paul Goldhagen at 5 o'clock this afternoon.
Let's quickly go to the phone lines. And again, the phone lines will be open a majority of the program today. Russell, you're on Sports Call.
Hey, Russell, you with us?
Hopefully we got you there, Russell. Good to hear from you.
This is Tony.
Tony, okay, sorry, Tony. You're on there.
How y'all doing?
Good to hear from you, Tony.
I've been calling now about 6 years. But this is the first year I've heard the Auburn fans cry after the first game. I got a couple of friends here in Just Speaking. I want to give a thank you already.
Okay.
And, well, they talk about Jeremy Jones. I wonder if a lot of people see him play in high school. I didn't think he was that brilliant in high school. And I watched a game Friday night with Booker T. Washington and Greenfield. This guy they talking about a 5-star, what's his name, Marlon Davis.
Mm-hmm.
I don't see how that's a beat. He was the biggest player or the biggest fell on the field, and he didn't show anything.
Well, Tony, first off, I've heard Auburn fans, I think, complain a little bit more after first games over the years that I can remember. But Marlon Davidson, one thing about high school football, and I'm with you, it's tough for me to go out and determine offensive and defensive linemen. On defensive line, I like to look for a guy that's got a high motor. And you missed that a lot on the high school game. And I've seen some really high-ranked players that go out there and have 2 or 3 tackles, and you shake your head and you go, what am I seeing? But more than not, I think these coaches that do this on a daily basis know what they're looking for.
Yeah, but what I'm saying though is BTW, I've been watching an update, which was just against it for one time. I watched it every week, and the little players BTW they probably got about 25, 30 players. He should have dominated that game with players, the BTW playing both ways. He wasn't impressive at all. When I saw the write-up in the paper after the game, I don't know who was watching this. I don't know what it just to keep his stats up for college, but, he wasn't impressive at all.
Well, don't base it all on one game. Guys that, down through the years have not been impressive in one game, but their overall package for their junior and senior year, you have to look at the whole.
I even saw his brother at the game watching. His brother, Kenny Cobb.
Correct.
Yeah, he was at the game watching. So, but I don't know if it could have been the first game or the second game or whatever, but I just really thought he should have just dominated that game. He should have dominated that line and win.
Well, Tony, we appreciate the phone call this afternoon. You got a prediction for us for Auburn and Jacksonville State?
Auburn 63, Jacksonville State probably 6.
63-6, and Jeremy Johnson passing yards.
Well, yeah, y'all let him go tomorrow. He'll make up probably about 3-4 pounds. Close to 400 yards, anywhere between 375.
We'll put it down, Tony. Thank you so much for the phone call, buddy. All right, and we'll take some more calls. 888-9-TIGER-9, 334-887-3401. It's our good friend Brett Pritchard on the line, and I know where Brett is going with his comments today. Brett, I don't know about you, but I'm applauding Jay Jacobs' comments last night on AL.com.
Yeah, there's no doubt. And you hit the nail on the head. You knew where I was going with this. And I think this should be talked about throughout the show. I know it's on the agenda for you guys to talk about today, but big steps for Jay Jacobs to come out and say what he said yesterday in an open letter to AL.com. And, he's just speaking the truth. And it really breaks down to this simple, guys. It's the haves and the have-nots. And us in Alabama are the have-nots. And we've been the have-nots for a long time now on a lot of different levels. As somebody that's been in education, been around education for years, my parents been in education for over 35 years each. I've seen not only just education, but I've seen other agencies, state agencies, go unfunded or, that's why they're in the second special session right now, trying to come up with a budget to fund a lot of different things. And it boils down to one thing, guys, is we just have nothing coming in supplemental to fund any of our programs or any of our state agencies. And when sales tax and income tax are down, and, I know the economy is better than it was, just 4 or 5 years ago, but when things are down and you don't meet expectations and rising costs go up, then you find yourself in a situation like Jay Jacobs is talking about. The scholarships are not equal. It doesn't have anything to do with the NCAA. The NCAA, we'll use baseball as an example, 11.7 scholarships, pure athletic scholarships for baseball. Well, everybody adheres to that. Where we're falling short is Georgia and Florida and Mississippi and Louisiana and all the schools around us, the states around us. They can add more guys to their roster on full scholarships because they have this supplemental fund that they can pull from, and they can go out and give more scholarships, therefore get more athletes, and we're behind the 8 ball. And look, it's a correlation all the way across the board. It's why Alabama and Auburn have suffered, and I don't think it has a lot to do with the coaches. I think some of it has to do with coaching, but when you're playing with a stacked deck against you, what do you really think people – what are people going to expect from you? And let's just say Auburn decides next year that Sonny Galloway doesn't have the year that he's supposed to have, and they want to go in another direction. Well, who are they going to go get? Because who is going to come in to this program when the cards are stacked against them, when they know that it's going to be difficult for them to succeed, not because they don't have the talent, not because they don't have the ability to coach, but it's because they are competing on a different level, a lower level than the other schools, even within our conference. Guys, I mean, somebody's got to step up in the state and help out. And I think that's what Jay Jacobs is talking about.
Brett, before we let you go, buddy, you make a good point, and we've been hearing this for 8 or 10 years here in the state of Alabama from college coaches. This didn't just start today. Another big problem that we have here in this state is losing in-state kids to out-of-state programs that can offer them more money. Then they can go towards that 11.7. And I'm not going to throw any particular names out there. But also when I'm reading this, so it's twofold. I want you to talk about that just a bit, but also talk about you really have to feel that Jay Jacobs is going to bat for Sonny Galloway here. That we've gone down this route. We've gone and hired successful coaches from other places. They come in, they struggle, and maybe we don't say as much as we should, but finally he's putting his foot down and letting everybody out there know the issue.
I think you're right. Number one, the first issue you talked about, hemorrhaging people out of the state. Yeah, I mean, they can go somewhere and get more money. Auburn can come in and offer them, 40%, which would be a great offer in baseball, but they can go somewhere else that has a Hope Scholarship or a supplemental scholarship fund and get a full ride and go play baseball. So which one are you going to choose? And then on the flip side, Sonny Galloway, now we sat up here on our show and we talked about different things, and maybe he didn't handle this right off the field, maybe, his attitude, blah, blah, whatever. Throw all that out. Everywhere he's been successful. Everywhere he's been, he's won. He comes to Auburn and he struggles. So what's the common denominator there? You're exactly right. I think it's time to quit going, all right, every 2 or 3 years we're going to go find us another coach because this one doesn't work either, and the next guy doesn't work. Let's go out there and find what the true problem is, and I think Jay Jacobs finally brought that to light in this state, and it's probably an amazing number of people out there that didn't even realize this was going on, even though we've talked about it a bunch on our programs. There's still a lot of people out there that do not know the inherent disadvantage our schools, namely Auburn and Alabama, the bigger schools in the state, have when it comes to playing competitive sports like baseball, tennis, swimming, keep naming them. I mean, all the ones outside of football. And then that's the thing. We talk a lot about football on this program, and we talk about it year-round. So a lot of times everything else kind of goes by the wayside. But when baseball season rolls around, everybody wants to know why Auburn and Alabama can't win anymore. Well, this is why we're talking about it now in the middle of football season.
Brett, great call, buddy. Look forward to having you back on air tomorrow.
Thanks, guys.
Your thoughts, Andy, before we go to break?
Well, I agree. It's about a fairness issue, and I think it definitely needs to be brought up. But, Jay, the point was, and Jay Jacobs said, I've proposed legislation at our SEC spring meetings that would force our competitors to count their supplemental academic scholarships toward their overall NCAA dictated athletic scholarship cap. Now, I mean, that's if it's going to come to a vote, it's just not going to happen because they're not going to give up an inherent advantage. That and why do you? Alabama needs to rise to that level. They need to figure out a way to create some of these opportunities and not necessarily want to take them away from those states around us. Now, Georgia's has the Hope Scholarship, and that's a big one, and they've been terrible in baseball.
Well, they've been to a couple of College World Series in the last 10 years. Now, Auburn
went to the College World Series last year. I mean, not the World Series. I mean, went to playoffs at least.
Yeah.
But I mean,
I can pull
it's
this
a start.
record. I can pull this record up between the 90s and 2000. I think it's a direct correlation,
It is.
Andy.
I know that, but
And we've got a quick question on Twitter before we go to break. And look, this is the reason we have these programs, and this is the reason that I applaud Jay Jacobs for coming out and saying something. Seth for AU, he brings up a question we hear all the time. How is softball competitive at Auburn and Alabama and baseball not? A very good question. I've got my opinions. My opinions, it takes a whole lot more pitchers than it does in baseball than it does in softball. You got 2 or 3 star pitchers in softball, you're in good shape.
You got one good star pitcher, you can win.
A baseball staff is 10 or 12 if you're going to be deep. 8 or 10 solid, 10 or 12 to be deep. And that's a big, big difference. I mean, to go out there and to have those numbers. So, Andy, that would be – and if you get a good one like Auburn has got a couple of good pitchers right now. Alabama rode that horse for 4 years. You know she's going to be there. You don't have to have a 1 or 2 more sitting back in the bullpen. You can't do that on the baseball side. That would be my answer to that question.
It's a good topic. It's a good topic for discussion. We'd love to hear what your thoughts are on the matter. 1-888-9-TIGER-9 toll free locally at 334-887-3401 on the AO Tourism Hotline. We are just getting started on the Thursday Sports Call. A lot to get to. If you got any thoughts on any of the things we've talked about, your thoughts on playing FCS teams in NCAA football as Auburn will take on Jack State this weekend. We'd love to hear all about it. Give us a call. There's more Sports Call presented by Home Place Mortgage on the way right after this. Welcome back, everyone, to Sports Call on this Thursday afternoon. Andy and Randy here with you for another hour and 40 more minutes or so. Taking your phone calls at 1-888-9-TIGER-9 toll-free or locally at 334-887-3401 on the Auburn Opelika Tourism Hotline. Sports Call today brought to you by Lee Marketing Group. From logo design and branding to ad placement, LMG can handle it all. For ease of time, cutting-edge, results-driven marketing campaigns, think Lee Marketing Group, your comprehensive marketing solution. Be sure to check them out at leemarketing.net. A little Merle Haggard today.
I hear you.
Throwing it in there. That's okay with me.
Buddy Chase back there in the studio pulling one out. Good job. Let's go back to the phone lines. Terry, you're on Sports Call.
Hey, this is something we've talked about several times over the last couple of years. I've called in every time because I'm passionate about it. And I think that's a bunch of bull crap as far as the NCAA. I do think the NCAA should increase the scholarships. I gave that opinion before. Now, how many players does it take to field a baseball team?
Let's think. On a college level, you got to guess, Terry.
40,
35 to 40 would be my number, Terry.
Okay, so 10 minimum, though, to play, right? How many does it take to play basketball? 5, and how many do they get?
Is it
13, I think?
13?
I think.
We can pull it up, though, and make sure,
right?
Terry. That sounds about right, though.
All right. So you see where I'm going with this?
Oh, yeah.
My point is they get 13 for 5. I know you need more players than that. I'm just making a point. They get 13 if you need 5. You need at least 10 players to play baseball, and you only get 11. You ought to at least get 22. I've said this before. 22 scholarships minimum based on what they give basketball. I mean, it's something that's just not right there. And I understand the issue about the lottery and all that. But to me, that's kind of skirting around the rules too. You know what I'm saying? They got this, so they can offer. I mean, it is the NCAA to me. It's totally ridiculous that they only give 11 scholarships, and I don't see how anybody could not see it that way.
Terry,
I'm going to do some research because we were talking about that before the show, and it seems like an arbitrary number, 11.7 scholarships. I don't know how long it's been that way. Maybe, certainly they need to revisit that. Why that few? I mean, I guess it has something to do with maybe there's so many baseball programs around the country, and hardly any of them make money, I would think. So maybe most schools can't afford it, and that's the number they came up with. Say, well, that's kind of a baseline where pretty much everybody can kind of afford to offer that many scholarships. But this goes back to kind of, the Power 5 conferences in football. They kind of become themselves. They need to do that across the board.
Well, guess what? If you can't fund it, shut it down. You don't need to be playing. Now,
he's a hard liner.
See my point? You still there?
Yes.
Still there? I just don't see where they come up with that number. That's just ridiculous. Based on how many players it takes to play, and not proportion to basketball and other sports. I mean, but you know what, Auburn, we can fund. If they would increase the scholarship, we can fund it.
Oh, no question.
Private donations or whatever, we will fund it. They know that, but it's just totally unfair in my opinion. So, but anyway, that's just my little rant for today.
Great phone call, Terry.
Scores.
Yeah, we're doing scores. What you got on the game this Saturday?
I got 52 to 10, Auburn.
I mean, passing yards for Jeremy. Passing yards for Jeremy.
210.
210. Thank you. We appreciate it, buddy. Good call.
All right, thank you.
Terry, he's been passionate about that each time we brought it up. That's the reason I loved seeing the article, because we've talked about it till we're blue in the face. He's dead on what your thoughts were leading into the program, Andy.
Yeah, I mean, again, 11.7 scholarships. I don't quite understand where that came from. If it's been around for that long, it's something that needs to be readdressed, to kind of change with the times. But, we were talking during the break, and you could say, well, what is this? Is this making a difference in what, 1 or 2 players? But no, I mean, you got that 11.7, and what Jay is saying is, of course, all these other teams in specifically Georgia, Mississippi, and Florida, they can offer these supplemental scholarships, and there's no limit to it, right? So, I mean, you can fund the rest of the team basically over that 11.7, whereas Auburn, that's it. And you have to break it up, and you get 40% of a scholarship, or you get 30% of a scholarship. And if there's a choice between a full ride and there's just it's and we're not just talking about one or two players. We're talking about a whole pitching staff here. So I mean, it's just something needs to be done about it. We've been talking about it for quite a while. So I'm not sure what can be done about it. That's the problem.
And I've said it, and I said it on the first segment, but the ones I hate to see leave are the ones that would like to stay at home if it was a level playing field here in the state of Alabama. I'm not throwing individual names out there, but absolutely no questions asked. Some kids have gone out of this state that would have stayed in this state because they were offered, and it wasn't close, double the offer in other locations, in other SEC schools. Good kids, absolutely.
Good players.
These are the kids that would without a doubt be eligible for any type of Hope Scholarship that's a GPA-based system that you have in these other states. So let's go back to the phone lines. Got a couple of callers. We're going to go a couple of minutes over because we've got Jason Caldwell coming over next. James, you're on Sports Call.
Hey, guys. How you doing?
Good to hear from you, James.
Listen, so technically it's not the state the school problem in a sense because Georgia didn't know a lottery was coming to help them. And Mississippi or South Carolina didn't know a lottery was coming to help them. You take Alabama, for instance, don't Nick Saban give out scholarship, Bryant Dennis, Bear Bryant scholarship? He gives out some scholarship just from the football programs, grant and aid or whatever you want to call them, that add on to his 85, doesn't he? And I've heard that. I don't know. So I guess what we trying to lobby for is a lottery here.
Well, I think Jay is saying a couple of different things, James. He's saying that let's just level the playing field. Let's say that those real numbers, whether they're getting a scholarship from a Hope Foundation scholarship or wherever, it counts towards their numbers too. If we're looking to level, we're going to have to – so Jay's not saying, look, he doesn't have executive order and saying I want to go out there and make sure this lottery happens. Now, he's just throwing the opinion out there that we just need it level, and if not, we want to make sure that we're sounding board here letting you know that it's not.
Oh, okay. Now, let me ask you this. If we going to level the playing field, then why we not talking about paying all the athletes? All of them is representing Auburn. All of them is representing Alabama. All of them is representing from his squishing, from the horses stuff to the swimming to whatever. They represent Auburn. So why ain't we trying to say, well, if we can pay the football and basketball players, then why, if we gonna do it right, let's do everything right. They may not deserve a bigger piece of the pie, but they deserve something for representing Auburn. So why can't Jay them say, well, we going to give our baseball player $5,000, then that'll help out with their scholarship.
Well, their sports don't generate $25 million. I think that's the biggest reason as far as fair is concerned there.
Well, that's right. And that's the problem I have with paying players. If you can't pay them all, you shouldn't pay none of them. And that's if you doing it right, if you trying to be fair, that's the fair way to do it. If instead of giving them $5,000, let's give them $3,000 and give the other two. Instead of giving $25 million to the football team, let's just give 12 to the football team and then spread the other 12 with the other program. Don't give them 5,000, give them 2,500. So that's what I'm saying. If we talking about being fair, let's be fair to the people that we have, from the tennis to whatever, that's representing Auburn, that's bringing in championships, like the swimming program. So that's all I had, man. But I wish we'd get on a level playing field, because, like I said, when I hear Nick Saban giving out a few scholarships for the Bear Bryant scholarship, and nobody knows how many players on scholarship up there, then I guess we got some donors that give out scholarships to players. But anyway, one more question, one more thing. Is everybody sleeping on Florida State? I think Florida State going to be the surprise this year. Anyway, thank you.
Great call, James. We appreciate you calling. Calls into Sports Blitz a lot, and happy to have him here on Sports Call. Up against the break here. Hopefully when we come back, Jason Caldwell will join us from inside the Auburn Tigers. We'll hopefully continue this discussion, see what he has to say about it. Up against the break. Don't go anywhere. More Sports Call presented by Lee Marketing right after this.
covered.
Experience and knowledge from the pros. Russell Do It Center and Building Supply.
Are you looking to book a Walt Disney vacation or cruise? Fairy Tale Journeys is here to make sure your experience is magical. Fairy Tale Journeys is an authorized Disney vacation planner which specializes in booking your Disney moment. Fairy Tale Journeys services are free and include more than 200 home-based agents to help make your Disney dreams come true. From lodging and fast passes to magic bands and other Disney experiences. Call Fairy Tale Journeys today and start making your Disney dream come true. 256-825-2668.
Ever envisioned watching your favorite team score a touchdown from the comfort of your dream home? I'm Angela Van Houten with Century 21 Lake Area Realty. I want to help you find the home that's perfect for your lifestyle, whether it's a lake home with a perfect deck or a home in the country with acres of land. You aren't buying just a home, you're buying a lifestyle. Call or text me today, 256-596-0566. Visit my website, avhlakemartin.com. Angela Van Houten, helping families like yours make memories of a lifetime.
Welcome back, everyone, to the Thursday edition of Sports Call. Andy Graham here with you until 6 o'clock. Taking your phone calls at 1-888-9-TIGER-9 toll-free or locally at 334-887-3401. We'll pick up your phone calls in the next segment, but right now we're going to go to the AO Tourism Hotline and welcome in Jason Caldwell from inside the Auburn Tigers. Jason, how's your week going?
I'm good now that I got a little Jungle Boogie to come out of the break. I feel a little bit better about it.
I know. I mean, it goes from Merle Haggard to Pulp Fiction. I mean, we got it all today. We are jamming here. Jason, good to have you a part of the program today. I just want to ask you, get your thoughts on it. We've been talking about it for the first couple of segments of the show today. Jay Jacobs comes out and actually makes reference to the lottery-based scholarships and the disadvantage that Auburn and Alabama are at, and especially, of course, in baseball, but it goes to softball, track and field, swimming and diving, tennis, golf. These kind of sports, suffer in the state without having any kind of supplemental scholarship. What's your thoughts on the matter? I know this has been a topic of conversation for quite a while, but very interesting that Jay Jacobs chose to come out and address this head on.
Yeah, it's anything that is a partial scholarship means that, it's the parents, the kids, whoever, have to supplement the rest of that scholarship. And, you throw the out-of-state tuition part of that into the equation, and it really creates a problem for people outside the state of Alabama. But, it's tough enough here. I mean, you're talking about somebody from the Birmingham area, they get a baseball scholarship, and say the baseball scholarship is 40%. That's still a good chunk for somebody to have to pay. And it's a reason why there's no question in my mind. It's a reason why, especially Mississippi State, and now Ole Miss too, has come into the state of Alabama and gotten a lot of really good baseball players the last few years because they waive out-of-state tuition. It's cheaper for those students to go to school at Mississippi State and at Ole Miss than it is at Auburn because the cost of living, the cost of attendance isn't as high as it is at Auburn. So it's something that is that definitely had an impact on programs that receive partial scholarships.
Well, let me ask you this. I don't even know if you'd have a clue about this, but that number, 11.7 scholarships in baseball, it seems like somewhat of an arbitrary number. How long has that been around? And, does that need to be looked at again to try to maybe see if that could be raised up a bit?
Yeah, well, 11.7 has been around for quite a while. And the thing is that with the popularity of college baseball, it's increasing around the country. More people care about it. There's more involvement than there's probably ever been. You would think that would be a chance to maybe increase that a little bit. I don't think you're ever going to see the day where you have 25 scholarships and everybody's on a full ride. But if you bumped it up to 15 and, you have a roster of 25, you're giving somebody a chance to get to 60, 75%, and then it becomes a more manageable number. But, the problem is that it comes down to Title IX and the equal scholarships
other than football, everything else equals out. So because of that, softball, has a few more than baseball. Women's golf has a few more than men's golf. Everything has to kind of balance out. And so for baseball, it's going to be tough to get to that number, I think.
Well, Jason, we'll move on to football, of course. The Auburn Tigers defeat Louisville last weekend at the Georgia Dome. It was Auburn had a big lead, kind of let it slip away at the end, kind of had to hang on there. But a lot of good things to take from that game. What were you most impressed with in game one?
Probably the defensive line. I thought those guys got after it, and people will talk about the second half, but it wasn't because the defensive line wasn't getting after the quarterback. They were still getting penetration. You just had a guy back there that was pretty good at running the football and escaping, and he broke out for some big plays. But Byron Cowart and Rashid Kenyon, those guys were getting up the field, and that's the biggest thing to me. The biggest takeaway is that they had penetration, creating negative plays on that defensive line. So I thought, to me, obviously Carl Lawson, but Dontavius Russell, Montravius Adams, those two guys in the middle of that defensive line. If you get guys playing like that week in and week out, that helps the defense as much as anything you could ever have on the field.
Well, I know you're not necessarily per se a prophet, but what's your opinion? Was it one bad game for Johnson, or is there some real concern?
No, right now I think it's one bad game. Will it be a pattern or will it be an anomaly? We'll find out in the coming weeks. But, based on what we've seen out of Jeremy Johnson in the past and what I've seen out of him in my own eyes, it looked like a guy that was pressing, trying to make big plays. That happens. It happens at every level, and especially for guys, and here's the thing, Jeremy's a junior. He's been around for quite a while, but he's still an inexperienced quarterback. And so I think you look at it, and I kind of keep coming back to one guy, and it's J.T. Barrett. J.T. Barrett had as good a season as anybody in the country last year. Go back and check out what he did against Virginia Tech at home early last season, and it'll make you go, 9 of 29, 3 interceptions and a loss. Very similar type numbers to what Jeremy put up. And then J.T. Barrett wound up having a season, had he not gotten hurt, that he probably would have won out of the trophy. So I think it's one of those things that you take with a grain of salt, you improve, and just say, look, sometimes it's about taking what the defense gives you, making good decisions, and not trying to force it. And I thought that's kind of what Jeremy did last week.
Well, that's a great analogy. I like that a whole lot. Jason, it's this press conference from Will Muschamp the other night. He says that the plan is to play Carl Lawson and Trey Matthews, all the guys that got hurt as far as Gus Malzahn and the coaching staff are concerned. Do you actually think that we will see those guys, and should we see those guys on Saturday?
Yeah, I think there's some different questions there, and I think you're right. I think if you're playing LSU this weekend, those guys probably get ready to go. I think right now, could they play? Absolutely, and they may play. I just still have my doubts as to how much, if we'll see them at all. I think it's about getting healthy, getting some of that soreness out, getting them ready to play if needed, but you'd rather not have to play them. And I think I'll probably fall on the side of if you have to have them, go ahead, but if not, make sure those guys are ready to go when you get to Baton Rouge in 2 weeks.
One guy on Saturday conspicuous by his absence was Josh Holsey. It comes out, Will Muschamp says that his knee was tweaked a little bit. It kind of got sore on him in the practices coming up to the game, so they were only going to play him in emergency situations in the secondary. But they say, I guess the word is now that he's improved a little bit. Was this a lingering thing, or was this something that happened late in fall camp?
It actually happened a couple of weeks back when they had that last scrimmage. He got a little dinged up, actually had kind of a collision on the knee, and so I think it was just a soreness issue for him, especially for a guy that's had knee problems. It's probably a little bit sore than most for those reasons, but I think they just wanted to make sure, hey, we need this guy for the long haul, and much like they did with Kerryon Johnson, and and Trey Matthews held him out of practices. You want to say, look, we need you in week 9 to be ready to go full speed. So they didn't push him, and I think we'll probably see him a little bit this week. But I think they wanted to get Josh Holt ready for SEC play coming up.
Well, Jason, Auburn takes on Jacksonville State this weekend. This team, number 5 in the country in FCS, national title contender. They have actually, I think it was 2010. They were leading Florida State in the fourth quarter. I think they beat Ole Miss a couple years ago. So a formidable team. How serious should Auburn take?
Yeah, this is a quality team when you go 22 deep. That's the thing about them. Not as much quality depth as you'll see from Division I teams, but it's starting 22 for starting 22. This team would compare very favorably to a Western Kentucky. Probably teams like that, and maybe a little bit more talented because of the transfers they have. I mean, from a defensive line standpoint, you got Devontae Sigler and Chris Landrum, 2 Auburn signees that played here. You got Alan Carson, who signed and played at Tennessee. And then you got LaMichael Fanning from Auburn High School that was, 5-star defensive line prospect coming out of high school. So this team has some talent. And then Eli Jenkins at quarterback is a threat. He can run it and he can throw it deep. And quality running back in Tremaine Pope. I mean, this is a talented football team, just not a ton of depth. And it'll be a team that if Auburn goes out there and doesn't take care of business, that they can hang around for a while.
Well, Jason, we really appreciate you joining us today. Appreciate your insight on everything going on. Kind of let everybody know what to expect from inside the Auburn Tigers this weekend.
Yeah, can find game coverage, previews, a lot of post-game thoughts, the video, and more at autigers.com, and hopefully some high school football recruiting tomorrow. If this weather holds up, I'm heading to Montgomery right now. Central Phoenix City playing Robert E. Lee there, but boy, right now not looking great. So we'll see how the weather looks in a couple of hours.
All right, Jason. Well, be careful. We really appreciate it.
Thanks. Appreciate it.
Thanks so much. Up against the break, but don't go anywhere. More Sports Call presented by Home Place Mortgage is on the way.
Resource Natural Spring Water. Resource is 100% natural spring water with naturally occurring electrolytes that support a lifestyle of well-being. When you need to refresh, revitalize, and replenish, it's always Resource Natural Spring Water.
Hello again, everyone, and welcome back to the Thursday edition of Sports Call. Andy and Randy here with you until 6 o'clock, taking your phone calls at 1-888-9-TIGER-9 toll-free or locally at 334-887-3401, and we'll go to the AL Tourism Hotline.
Terry, you're on Sports Call.
Good afternoon, gentlemen. Thank you for taking the call.
Glad to have you on, Terry.
Yes, sir. I'm not calling in to say I told you so, but if you remember, it's probably 4 weeks ago, is I questioned the hype around Jeremy Johnson. And I said then is that, all the hype has been put on him and everything else, where he's never even really played an entire game in the SEC and having to face, the schedule on down the road. I just wondered how successful he would be. And I think it showed Saturday that he put so much pressure on himself based on the hype that everyone had put on him. He's a very young man. And my personal opinion, I think he went out and he bought into the hype, and it didn't work. It just didn't work. He's going to have to get back to ground zero and prove himself. Now, I'll shut my mouth up and let y'all comment on that, but I just think it's been too much pressure and the hype that he started believing in it himself. And he's not that good yet. He is not that good yet. I don't care what sports writers, sportscasters, anybody else says. He is not the great quarterback that people has projected him to be, and he bought into it himself because it's just not there yet. And I'll shut up and listen to your comments, gentlemen. And once again, no disrespect in what I'm saying. I'm just speaking what I think of him. And I thank you for taking my call.
Terry, we appreciate the phone call. And
the truth.
Yeah, it was a tough outing, but I don't think that you go off the first one. And I still am going to sit up here until I'm proven completely wrong, that all of the skill set that you're looking for is there. It's one bad outing. Plenty of people's had one bad outing and turned around and had an outstanding career, and we've seen it. The best I can remember for Alabama, A.J. McCarron had that same type of outing on his first one. Am I wrong there?
I don't remember. I don't watch Alabama.
I know it. Well, when you do, you're cheering against them. I saw where Brandon Cox came out, nice article, AL.com, and he said, look, I had 2 touchdown passes in the first half. I come back, 4 consecutive possessions in the second half. I throw interceptions. Next game, 2 touchdowns, no INTs. He had a pretty darn good career at Auburn, going 9-3 his junior year and 11-2, I think, to close out his career. So, to me, Jeremy's got a lot more talent than you saw there, and even though Brandon was a very serviceable quarterback at Auburn, so I'm not turning against him yet.
No, but I think they're all fair points. I think, he looked like a guy that maybe felt like it didn't matter what the coverage was. He felt like he could, he could throw it in there. He had the big enough arm. He could make any throw, and you can't do that. And it seemed like I'm not sure if it was as much that he threw 3 interceptions as it was that he threw it really right to 3 defenders. That was the most disturbing thing. Field vision comes into play here, and I don't know. I mean, I'm like everybody else. I think he's going to be fine. I'm not overly concerned right now. So I do believe it was one bad game, but Terry said a lot of things that I thought on that Saturday that maybe Maybe he, had read the press clippings a little bit too much. But quite honestly, you don't really have any control over that. People are outside the program. People on ESPN build you up. You just got to deal with it. You got to put it away. You got to block it out. You got to, it's going to happen if you've got some ability or a lot of ability like we believe that he has. So that's just part of the game.
Throw this out here. I know we're up against the top of the hour. Several players I'm looking forward to seeing this weekend. We didn't see much last weekend. I'll start it and we'll maybe spin it in the second hour and talk about Kerryon Johnson. Where does he factor into this offense this year? Plenty has been proven that a freshman running back can come into this league and be successful. So maybe Auburn has another potential running back there. Got 4 of them, but I would like to see Kerryon get some touches.
Jason Smith, another guy that
absolutely.
I mean, you saw that deep bomb that he caught. That was a thing of beauty. We got to get him the ball more. That's going to pretty much wrap it up for the first hour of Sports Call today. We'll be joined by Dr. Paul Goldhagen in hour number 2 for a segment. We'll talk about some of the injuries that Auburn suffered, get a little bit more information on that from an expert. So be sure to join us for the second hour of today's program. We'll continue to take your phone calls. 1-888-9-TIGER-9 toll-free locally at 334-887-3401 on the AO Tourism Hotline. Taking your predictions. Our question today, what's your thoughts on playing FCS teams? We'd love to know. Be sure to join us. The Fox Sports Report's coming up next. Randy and I'll be back with hour number 2 right after this.
Way you can't find one of these.
Maybe it was just a separate.
Sir, our business is fully operational. Now all we need is the attention of potential customers.
Get me Advanced Graphics on the phone. Stat.
Yes, sir.
Hello, Advanced
That
Graphics.
should work a little better
Digital
for you.
printing, banners, signs, business cards, everything. Or surely we are all doomed.
Sir, what about vehicle graphics and wraps, lighted commercial signs, and custom apparel?
They've got it all, and they won't be late. They understand the value of customer service. Trust me, Advanced Graphics will save us. They'll save us all.
Call Advanced Graphics today at 501-8600 or stop by 939 Opelika Road in Auburn. For local business and personal printing needs, it's Advanced Graphics to the rescue.
Auburn Links at exit 51 features Bermuda grass greens and rolling fairways along Parkerson's Mill Creek. By taking advantage of the natural beauty already in place, Auburn Links is a scenic yet fair layout for every golfer. Golf Digest presented Auburn Links with the 4-Star Award, and Links Magazine once ranked the course 3rd best among public courses in the Southeast region. It's one of the best golfing values in the South. Visit their website for more information at auburnlinks.com. For tee times, call 887-5151.
This segment of Sports Call is brought to you by Bone and Joint Specialists. Orthopedic surgeons Dr. Paul Goldhagen and Dr. Martha George treat all injuries and conditions related to your bones, joints, and muscles. Located in Alexander City, Wetumpka, Sylacauga, and Dadeville. Bone and Joint Specialists, getting you back into the game of life.
You better buckle your seatbelts because it's going to be a show to watch.
From Tiger Communications.
Jackson, touchdown.
For 20 years, East Alabama's sports talk leader.
Swing and drive. Belts and right.
Sports Call.
Oh, what a dunk.
Call in now at 887-3401-LOCAL. Or 1-888-9-TIGER-9 toll free.
Struck him out.
And now, from the loveliest village on the plains, Sports Call.
Welcome back, everyone, to Sports Call on this Thursday afternoon. Andy Graham here with you until 6 o'clock, taking your phone calls at 1-888-9-TIGER-9 toll free or locally at 334-887-3401 on the Auburn Opelika Tourism Hotline. We are taking your predictions. Jacksonville State, Jeremy Johnson passing yards is the tiebreaker. We are joined now by Dr. Paul Goldhagen from Bone and Joint Specialist, main office here in Alexander City, but it also has offices in Dadeville, Sylacauga, and Wetumpka as well. Orthopedic surgeon, as well as works with the Benjamin Russell High School football team doctor. How long have you been doing that?
Probably about 8 years now.
Is that a situation where you as a physician, you look at it and say, I feel like I have an obligation to lend my expertise to something, or is it just a matter of wanting to become more involved in the community?
I probably both. I mean, I do feel obligated to help out the kids, and I love football. I love sports, and anything I can give back. I volunteer my time and all that for the kids. I think it's wonderful.
Absolutely.
I love doing it.
We are going to take your phone calls this segment. If you got a medical question you'd like to pass along to Dr. Goldhagen or anything about what happened this weekend, we're actually going to look at the Auburn players that were injured. We kind of avoided injuries all fall camp. It wasn't, everybody, we just knocked on wood. We said, man, we can't believe we're this healthy going into the season. And then the first game happens, and boy, it's a mash unit out there. But kind of run down the Auburn injury report, and we'll look at a couple of ones around the country as well. But Carl Lawson, he came up a little bit lame in the first half. Auburn's a little squirrely about being, giving hard and fast details as far as injuries concerned, but we know it was a hip. I heard maybe, a hip flexor or a hip pointer. Now, are those football terms, or is that actually medical terms?
Well, a hip pointer is just kind of a common term for a bruise of the side of your pelvis. You have what we call the ASIS, or anterior superior iliac spine. When you reach on your side, you feel a little bone underneath your belly on the sides, and that is where a lot of muscles will join or start from. And basically what a hip pointer is a bruise of that muscle in the front. And that's why we have hip pads that come up high on our sides, and they kind of protect that iliac crest, okay? And it's basically you get hit with a helmet or you can land on it, and it's a bruise right there in the front because the bone actually comes down and makes somewhat of a point. And it is above the hip. So I guess it's just been termed a hip pointer.
What about a hip flexor? Is that the same thing, or is that something totally
different?
Well,
now it's similar because the muscles that flex your hip actually start right there on that ASIS. So it's hard to flex or lift your leg or bend your hip up when you have a hip pointer because the muscles have to pull on that bone that's injured. So it's all pretty much the same thing.
Is there a degree of this, or is it just what are we talking about as far as levels are concerned?
Again, from very, very minor or mild, typically if it's not that bad, you can usually play through it. And it's just like any muscle strain or contusion, we like to use what we call the RICE diet, RICE standing for rest, ice, compression, and elevation to get the swelling out, stretching, strengthening of the muscles, and return to play.
We saw, I think I saw a picture of Carl Lawson on one crutch today. And, of course, nowadays, used to be more red flags. But nowadays you see guys in a boot. You see guys on a crutch. It seems like we're so much more advanced. And it won't, take all the pressure off of it. Like you say, rest is a big part of it.
Rest is a huge part. And one of the differences in learning a little more about the college game and the pro game, if y'all realize it, in the pros, they no longer hit during practice, during the season. They get so much contact during the games. Basically, they're watching game fills and they're running through, but there is no contact during the week because their bodies are beat up by the end of the season. In college, though, they still have contact during the week. So it takes a toll on these kids' bodies. But I guess in the pros, you're talking about multi-million-dollar athletes. They have to treat it as a business. But in college, and that's why you see them in these walking boots or using the crutch or crutches to try and get them as much rest as possible to get them ready to play. Because if you try and get them out there too soon, the body just can't handle it. It needs a certain amount of rest in order to heal.
Trey Matthews was another guy that got hurt in the second half. Big safety for Auburn, played an excellent game. It was a shoulder injury. I guess it could have been a separated shoulder. It could have been a dislocated shoulder. The way that he fell, you felt like maybe it was more along the lines of a dislocation.
Well, I saw the game and I saw the play and I saw him come off and I actually saw Jim Andrews examining it on the sideline. I kind of think it was a dislocated shoulder, but again, don't hold me to that. They're two kind of different injuries. Of the two, I think a dislocation is a little more serious. Even though you can kind of play through it, those are some kind of the injuries where you probably need surgery at the end of the season to fix a piece of tissue that's torn called a labrum, which often happens when the shoulder dislocates. Basically a ball, your joint comes out of socket is a dislocation. And when that happens, you absolutely have to either stretch something and oftentimes you tear something. And that tear oftentimes, especially in athletes, doesn't heal by itself, and it does require a surgical procedure.
What's the difference? What's a separated shoulder? What happens in that instance?
Now, a separated shoulder, I believe we've talked about, is at your AC joint, which is where your collarbone attaches to the shoulder in the front. There's some ligaments that attach together, and that's basically a sprain, or based on severity, could be a tearing of those ligaments. But typically, when those heal, there's not a lot of sequela or long-term problems. The problem is it's just getting somebody to play with a painful shoulder to where they can move it. And again, that's that old four-letter word called rest.
On the sideline or during the game in a situation like this, you always hear, so they popped it back in. Mm-hmm. Both situations, you would pop it back in there on the sideline immediately?
Well, a dislocated shoulder, yes, you can pop it back in on the sideline if you know what you're doing. Usually when we say a separated shoulder, it's just a term. There's really nothing that's separated, okay? And there's nothing to reduce. Now, sometimes, depending on the severity, your collarbone can actually pop up because there's nothing holding it down. And trying to put it back in, it's not going to stay by itself. So it either requires surgery or therapy. So trying to put that collarbone back in is not going to help because it doesn't stay. But a shoulder basically wants to go back where it belongs. All right. And with certain maneuvers without anesthesia, yes, you can put it in. But typically, if it's all the way out, it does require some level of anesthesia to allow the muscles to relax, to allow it to be put back in place.
Brock Thomas and Javon Robinson, both two Auburn running backs, came away from the game with ankle sprains. I always, you've heard about here lately. I guess maybe it hasn't been that long, but the high ankle sprain. Now, I don't think either of these two have that, but what's the difference between a quote unquote normal sprain and a high ankle sprain?
Okay. Ankle sprains are probably one of the most common injuries in sports, especially in football. You have two bones in your ankle, the big bone, the tibia, and the small bone, the fibula on the outside. And down at the end by your foot where the ankle connects, there are ligaments down at the very far end of that bone that connect the two bones and connect it to the ankle. Those are the typical ligaments that are sprained with a, quote, regular ankle sprain. Where the two bones connect higher up your leg, there's actually a membrane between the two bones that goes all the way up to your knee. And that's called the syndesmosis, which is down by the ankle. When that gets torn, and that can be torn anywhere from the ankle further up, that's what's referred to as a high ankle sprain. And those are a lot harder to get over just because that tissue is a lot more stout and it's a lot more important to stabilize your joint.
So we're talking about a lot more rest, and that's why it takes so much longer to get over.
It is rest and then it's therapy, but it's a more of a severe injury. It's basically, I guess you can think of it as on a grade from a sprain to a tear to a fracture. It's pretty close to where anything more, you'd have a real bad fracture and a real bad injury.
Finally, poor BYU quarterback Taysom Hill for the third year in a row, or the third year. I know that he is going to miss the rest of the season. He was diagnosed with a Lisfranc fracture. What exactly? It's in his foot, obviously. What is that?
Okay, it's actually a very severe injury. You have in your foot is similar to your hand, where you have phalanxes or phalanges, where in your fingers, and then in the hand or in the foot you have metacarpals or metatarsals in the foot. Basically, it's a dislocation or a fracture with a dislocation of a specific joint, specifically your tarsal metatarsal joint. And there's one main ligament that holds basically all four toes together. And when you tear that, it basically separates as if somebody stepped on your foot and flattened it out. And when you tear that ligament, it's pretty bad. Those are pretty severe injuries.
Came back in the game, by the way, and played a couple more plays. The doctor said I'd never seen anybody do that before. It must be a tough kid.
Obviously, because he's been out 3 years in a row, this kid really wanted to play.
Unbelievable. Well, Dr. Paul Goldhagen, we really appreciate you joining us today on Sports Call. Great information as always. You can find him at Bone and Joint Specialists, offices here in Alexander City, Dadeville, Sylacauga, and Wetumpka as well. We thank you so much.
Thank you. I enjoyed it.
Up against the break, but don't go anywhere. More Sports Call presented by Lee Marketing Group right after this. Welcome back, everyone, to Sports Call on this Thursday afternoon. Andy and Randy here with you until 6 o'clock. Taking your phone calls at 1-888-9-TIGER-9, toll free locally at 334-887-3401 on the AO Tourism Hotline. Appreciate Dr. Paul Goldhagen dropping by and seeing us today. Great information there. Really enjoyed that segment. Not too thrilled about what he had to say, about shoulder dislocations and what that could possibly mean. But coaches said that Trey was, okay. They felt like he could play. They said he will play this Saturday. We'll have to wait and see how that works out.
It's tough. You want to be the history nut, and there's many of us out there that like the Napoleon. You want to pass that along where the name of the foot injury came from?
Yeah, well, Dr. Goldhagen was asking about where the Lisfranc fracture actually came from, and I told him, well, that was, of course, the general in Napoleon's army, and that's where the came from. You injured, stepping off the horse, foot gets caught in the stirrup, and that's where the name comes from.
If they've listened to you and I talk enough, you know exactly where that piece of information came from. Let's go back to the phone lines. Drew, you're on Sports Call.
Hey, guys. How we doing?
Good to hear from you, Drew.
I just kind of wanted to touch base and just kind of talk about JJ a little bit. I think we've been talking about him all week, but I really just want to see him throw the ball kind of 30 times this week. Is that kind of how y'all are feeling too?
Drew, I think the same. I want him to get some confidence, some passes that are maybe intermediate passes, not looking to hit downfield passes in this game, and get him some confidence because we've seen him. I heard a phone call. Tony called in earlier, said he saw him play in high school, and he thought the same then. Look, I saw him and called many football games, Jeremy Johnson High School, and I never thought that one time, so I'll defend him there. I've been on this program touting him for years, and I'll eat my words if I'm wrong there, but I'm with you, Drew. I'd like to see him throw it around a little bit Saturday.
Yeah, and I mean, like you said, I think confidence is a big key for him, and I think he was just overconfident maybe that first game, trying to throw in triple coverage and just making kind of just silly mistakes. And, I think Gus wants him to kind of get his foot in the ground. I'm sure they've been working on checkdowns all week, hopefully. So it should be interesting to watch him play, though.
Absolutely, Drew. Drew, you got a prediction for us for this Saturday?
I'll go 49-17.
49-17, Jeremy passing yards. Hopefully a lot.
Hopefully a lot. I'll say 285.
285, buddy. War Eagle to you. We appreciate the phone call.
Thanks, fellas. Have a good day.
Thank you. Phone lines are open the entire rest of the program. 888-9-TIGER-9, 334-887-3401. Curtis, you're on Sports Call.
War Eagle.
War Eagle to you, Curtis.
Hey, I just wanted to comment on Kerryon Johnson. I'm sorry. I heard one of you guys talking earlier about wanting to see him get some carries on Saturday, and I would love to see him as well. My question is, though, do you feel like Gus sometimes, I don't want to say waste, but I can't really think of a better term for it, like waste or red shirt? To me, we have three good running backs ahead of him, and it just seems to me like we could redshirt him and save a year of eligibility. I almost feel the same way about Jeremy Johnson, that right now he could be a redshirt sophomore instead of a true junior. I don't know if I'm the only one that feels that way. I just wanted you guys' opinion.
I think it's a valid point. In this day and age, if a guy is as good as you hope he is when you recruit him, you figure he's going to stay 3 years anyway.
Right.
They're going to leave as a redshirt junior anyway. So, it's a balance one way or the other. You look at what happened Saturday, and you lose two guys, and you need a Kerryon Johnson to be ready to play, because you never know. In this league, it seems like injuries happen more and more often and keep guys out. So in the SEC, you'd like to have four guys you can count on, and there's definitely validity in what you're saying. But, when it comes down to it, I guess I think if he's good enough to play, let's play him.
Right. Okay. I agree. I hope Kerryon gets in the game and gets some touches, and I read an article saying how good he can catch the ball, and I'd love to see him get in the passing game a little bit. help open up some things. But yeah, I guess I'll go ahead and make my prediction now. I hope we get in the 50s. Auburn doesn't seem to blow people out a lot in the last few years, and especially when we play teams like this, it's like we'll let them hang around and score too many points. And I really wish we could start putting up more points and holding FCS opponents to 10 points or less. I mean, I feel like if Bama can beat Texas A&M 59-0, then we should be able to beat a team like this 56-10, and at least. And I know they're supposed to be good. I hope we can. I'm going to call 56-17.
56-17 passing yards for JJ.
Let's go 325.
325. War Eagle to you. We appreciate the phone call.
All right. Thanks, guys.
So we're up against a break.
I'm totally shirking my duty. I haven't thrown this out there, but for the last 30 minutes of the show, I'll throw a trivia question out there. Auburn started 2 true freshmen last Saturday. That would be Chandler Cox and Tim Irvin in the opener. Who was the last true freshman to start at Auburn in a season opener? Who was the last true freshman to start at Auburn in a season opener? And we'll, again, have the phone lines are open, 1-888-9-TIGER-9, toll-free, locally at 334-887-3401. Taking your predictions, Jacksonville State at Auburn, Jeremy Johnson passing yards is the tiebreaker. Give us a call. Let us know what's on your mind this afternoon. Up against a break, but don't go anywhere. More Sports Call presented by Home Place Mortgage right after this. Hello again, everyone, and welcome back to Sports Call on this Thursday afternoon. Andy and Randy here with you. Give us a call at 1-888-9-TIGER-9, toll free locally at 334-887-3401 on the Auburn Opelika Tourism Hotline. What are your thoughts on playing FCS teams? Auburn's going to play Jacksonville State on Saturday. They are number 5 in the country in FCS, but Dana Holgerson came out the other day from West Virginia, said that shouldn't be playing FCS teams. The Big Ten says they won't schedule FCS teams after next year. The Pac-12, they claim, they don't want to. Nobody wants to play FCS teams. Shouldn't be playing FCS teams, but the SEC, still playing these kind of things, and Auburn taking an opportunity to play a lot of local FCS teams.
I really applaud them again for doing this. Luke Robinson, this is not a hit against Luke out there, but he and I have had one of our biggest arguments was Bama's hatred of UAB and their unwillingness to play them in anything. And it stems back from early 80s and basketball and a whole bunch of mess that just makes me scratch my head. But nonetheless, I liked it, Auburn. If you're going to go out there and you're going to give a big payday to a school, give it to an in-state school. Do it the right way. And I know we haven't always done that, but now we are. And we've given a team like Jacksonville State, who's number 5 in FCS, and they've got a great program. And, yes, hopefully Auburn does take it to them. But nonetheless, it's important for the fan base. I think the fan base is enjoying. I've heard so many Jacksonville State alumnus and fans, and there's, they don't have like a huge support crew where you go and you've got 2 beat reporters that are writing and you're feeding that beast. They don't have that, but they do have a proud fan base here in the state of Alabama, and this is not a program that hasn't won before. They've won plenty before. Let's go back to the phone lines. We got 3 callers waiting. Spencer, you're on Sports Call.
All right, first of all, an educated guess on the last true freshman starter. Reese Dismukes?
Absolutely, Spencer. You are correct, sir.
All right, yay me.
2011, Reese Dismukes.
All righty. I figured he started every game, so that would put him in the mini running. J.J. Yards, I'm going to guess 262. Stab at the score, 41-20 Auburn.
41-20. Anything else you got on your mind this afternoon, Spencer?
You got 2 other callers, and I'll be polite and yield my time.
Okay, buddy. We appreciate your phone calls. 888-9-TIGER-9, 334-887-3401. William, you're on Sports Call.
Well, Spencer beat me to it. I had the same guess. Congrats to him. Before that, I was thinking possibly Trey Blackman, but then it occurred to me that Reese was a 4-year starter. So, anyway, I'll go ahead and get a game prediction in, though. Score, I got Auburn winning 48-13. Then tiebreaker, I guess, is JJ passing yardage.
It is, William.
I'll go 326.
326. Hey, sounds good. Anything else on your mind this afternoon?
Not really. I mean, y'all were kind of talking about playing FCS schools. I agree it's a good thing. There's not a big difference in my mind to playing Jacksonville State and a Louisiana Lafayette being, actually Division I. So I think it's good to keep them on the schedule and, stimulate their economy and the school and everything else. So I'm in agreement there. But y'all have a good afternoon in War Eagle.
War Eagle to you, buddy. And let's go back to the phone lines. D, you're on Sports Call. Hey, D, you there with us?
Yes. Can you hear me?
Yeah, we got you. Good to have you on.
All right. My prediction is Auburn 51 and Jacksonville State 20. And Jeremy 192 yards.
192. It would be a good afternoon.
Yeah, and I wanted to say something else too. I haven't heard the show mostly throughout the week. I've been out of town, but I did see the game, and I will say, this is just one game, and I don't think we need to panic like some people have already started panicking. I mean, he deserves a couple of more chances, but at the same time, I just kind of question why, if you had a quarterback like Nick Marshall and he ran the offense very, efficiently with speed, why would you why would you not recruit a similar quarterback if that's the type of offense that, to run that option type offense? I just, don't understand that. I mean, Jeremy, it seemed like the offense was a little sluggish, that they all were kind of slow and, I'm not saying he's not much of a runner, but he can run some, but, I just kind of question that. And also, why did they put in the newspaper today that there's some other kid that could be the third string quarterback, and that? So, and how did the other third string quarterback? How did he get hurt? I mean, they never did say that in the article. And I got another opinion that I would like to share is now that Jonathan Wallace, he's been on the team, and I've seen him play in high school and on the college level. Now he's got some speed. To me, he would be the next person to run that offense on a style like Nick Marshall. And I'll hang up and want to know what y'all think about that.
D, great phone call. Tyler Queen is injured. You got some more update on that?
Well, he got injured in high school, and he chose there was a discussion that took place that he could have this surgery then. They chose to postpone it. So, I think it maybe was re-aggravated or whatever in fall camp, I guess. Now that you had Sean White, you feel good about him as a backup. You've got a emergency quarterback in Jonathan Wallace as well. So they went ahead and, took care of this now. Probably in hindsight, you look back and you probably may take care of this back then. But, at the time, it was what it was. So that's what his injury came from.
Yeah, Jonathan Wallace does move up to that third string quarterback, and Phoenix City native, great quarterback in high school, could run it, could throw it some, and I think he's an even better kid. So he looks to be a guy that's going to end up coaching one day, no question. He's kind of got the Cody Burns mentality where players seem to really like him and coaches like him even more than them. So good to see him. They were trying to find a way to get him into the system a little bit anyway. So Jonathan Wallace will be that third string, and I'm with D. I'm not throwing in. Look, I want to see the LSU game. I do. Jeremy, even in high school, he wasn't a runner, but it was because he chose not to. He had games where, even if Auburn high school game, if you remember on national television, Jeremy went on, a 70-yard touchdown run. He can run. He's an outstanding athlete. He was one of the top 3 high school basketball players here in the state. You don't just do that and play a wing and not be an athlete. So he is. We didn't see it in the first game. I doubt we see it Saturday, but let's see if we see it against LSU, because I would like to see that dynamic opened up in the offense again.
And I've heard this argument before about, well, why do you go out? Why don't you just go out and recruit a prototype like a Nick Marshall? Well, the idea, I think, and of course everybody would say this, but you want to go out and find a Cam Newton, a guy that can run and can throw equally well and can do both. And that's when Auburn wins the national championship. That's a guy you kind of want to look for. Now, Jeremy Johnson is not Cam Newton, but he's got those same kind of attributes. He can throw the ball and he can run the ball as well. Maybe not quite as well, but you'd like a guy that can do both. That's what – and you look and you recruit a quarterback based on, what he does in high school and how great of a quarterback he is. That's a guy you bring in to run your system. Now, the Auburn offense, I go back and I keep saying this, but, when Gus Malzahn was at Tulsa, they threw for 5,000 yards and led the country in offense. They ran the ball up and down the field. They threw the ball. They had, 2,000 or 3,000-yard receivers on the same team. This offense works with a throwing quarterback. Gus Malzahn just takes him a couple of weeks to kind of really, mold his offense to what he feels like is the best, path to take and the strengths of his team. But, I don't think you go out and just recruit a guy that can run the football. Now, that offense was beautiful to watch, and it was fun to watch. And to run for 500 yards against Missouri was one of the most incredible things you'll ever see. But I want a quarterback back there that can do both.
888-9 Tiger 9 334-887-3401. What are your thoughts on playing FCS teams, for or against it? That's our question of the day. We've gone both ways. Are you for it, Andy?
I don't mind it. All this talk about, everybody needs to go to a 9-game schedule in the conference. Everybody needs to quit scheduling FCS teams. These FCS teams depend. One game against Auburn may fund their budget for a year. I mean, they get paid $1 million or whatever, $1.5 million or whatever we're going to pay them. I'm fine with that. I don't have any problem whatsoever. And to be quite honest, I agree with the caller. Playing the number 5 team in the country in FCS is certainly no different than playing San Jose State or an also ran out there. I mean, playing a Washington State, they got beat by Portland State. Ask them about playing an FCS team. But, it's not about winning and losing so much as it is. I mean, they provide quality, and you're providing an opportunity for these kids to play in this kind of environment. Otherwise, they would never have. I just think there are a lot of positives to it, and I just, now with the playoff system now, is this going to affect? Is this going to be where you look at the end of the year and they say, well, you played an FCS team, you're going to take points away, and that's going to keep you out of the playoff? Yeah, that could come into play.
I think it could, and you keep hearing it on Baylor's schedule, or you keep hearing it with Ohio State, who can't really control. They can't control their out of conference. They can't control how pitiful that conference is. And gosh, we talked about this last week, and we said the second or third team down the list that may have a chance to play Ohio State and make a game of it's Penn State. And then you watch this past Saturday, and you realize this schedule's even easier than we thought.
Playing, and that's what I wrote a column about this. The Big Ten, by saying, we're going to remove FCS teams, and we're going to play a 9-game schedule next year. I thought the idea was to make the schedule harder, not easier. I mean, you're adding Indiana, you're adding Illinois, Purdue. Now, I mean, Penn State gets beat by 17 by Temple. You're adding another sorry team to your schedule and makes it easier. And more difficult would be to play a Jacksonville State or a Georgia Southern or one of these other teams, one of these really good FCS teams. So, you gotta kind of look past on the surface a little bit.
Let's go back to the phone lines. Johnny, you're on Sports Call.
How's it going, guys?
Good to hear from you, Johnny.
Good. On the FCS, I'm not a huge fan of it, but I think I really like the way Auburn's doing it. And you guys talked about it. We're playing Sanford, we're playing Alabama A&M, we're playing Jacksonville State. I heard we picked up Alabama State. At least we're giving the schools in the state the money. Now, if we were playing teams, other states, I probably wouldn't be a big fan of it. But I just like the way Auburn's doing it. They're keeping it in state. And you guys made a huge point. This may fund their program for the whole year. So if we're going to do it, let's take care of the in-state teams. Because one thing I watched Monday night on the Ohio State game, one thing Herbstreit said, I don't know if anybody caught. He said basically now the rest of the year, Ohio State is basically practicing. We don't have the luxury of SEC playoffs every week, a top 20, 25 team. So I don't care if we play teams like this. If we work our offense out against a team like this, I'm all for it, especially keeping it in state. All right, thanks, guys.
Hey, we appreciate it, Johnny. He's dead on. It's exactly what was that figure that you gave? How many Jacksonville State, what the percentage of Jacksonville State players are?
I think there's 60-something on this team.
60-something% of their team is from the state of Alabama.
60 players.
Oh, 60 players.
Yeah.
So you're talking 75, 80%
yeah.
of their team from the state of Alabama. And how is that a negative?
It's not.
Come on now. I mean, I'm sorry. That is – I have the hardest time arguing that with an Alabama fan that is unwilling to play another team in state, because what do I have to gain from it? I mean, if you're going to go play Timbuktu, play Timbuktu in the state of Alabama and keep the money here. I mean, if you lose to them once in a generation, well, you should feel bad about that.
You should be ashamed.
You should be ashamed. I mean, if that happens to happen, like UAB went over and beat a Nick Saban coached LSU team that year, you should be ashamed. And yes, it could happen from time to time, but come on, I can't. It's hard for me to argue that.
It is. Will we see South Alabama or Troy on the schedule at some point?
Wouldn't you?
Absolutely. I got no problem with it whatsoever. No fear there. I mean, like you say, if you lose, you should be embarrassed. Up against a break here. One more segment of the Thursday Sports Call when we come back right after this.
You're going to let it play, aren't you? You can't help yourself.
Welcome back, everyone, to Sports Call on this Thursday afternoon. Andy and Randy here with you for one final segment on today's show. Still taking your phone calls. Still time to get that last one in. 1-888-9-TIGER-9 toll-free locally at 334-887-3401. We appreciate Home Place Mortgage and Lee Marketing Group for their sponsorship of today's show.
We're bouncing all over, but still, not much production to that video. But,
great.
I mean, Paul Simon,
Chevy Chase.
He should. I like the song, but I don't think any of us that grew up in that era can get Chevy Chase out of our mind when we think about that song. Am I wrong, Andy?
Absolutely not. That's exactly what I pictured in my mind every time I hear the song.
888-9-TIGER-9, 334-887-3401. Several things we're going to bounce around here on this final segment.
Yeah, as we mentioned in the very first segment, of course, Pittsburgh at New England. That one at 7:30. Any interest at all in this game tonight?
I just don't have any. I mean, I think I'm in the minority, but I'm not sure that I am. But I can assure you, if I didn't watch a play until I woke up tomorrow and I'll turn on ESPN and realize that I missed it, I don't think I'd know I missed it.
I wouldn't either. To be quite honest, I have no plans on watching the game tonight. I just can't. NFL just doesn't really. I watch it, and I'll watch it a little bit on Sunday. I've gotten to where I'll watch Red Zone. We just watch about 6 games at once.
Look for Auburn players.
Yeah, but I don't have it. I think we are certainly in the vast minority of the United States, but I'm not sure we're in too big of a minority in this state. I think because I know a lot of people, a lot of my friends they're like, the only reason they have any interest is because they're in some fantasy league or something.
Do they gamble?
And I don't do that.
Either you gamble. If you're a gambler, you love it. That keeps your interest. Or you're in fantasy. I don't do either one. And so I don't have any interest, but I think a lot of people do, Andy. I would like to know the percentage of sports fans out there that are in a fantasy league of some sort with NFL. It's a high percentage, I would guess.
Yeah, I would imagine that's true. Miracle on the Plains. Did you catch that the other night?
I didn't. I've got to catch it, but you're more than welcome to talk as much about it as you like.
I thought it was absolutely fabulous. Again, I told you this during the break. We were talking about it, and it's only been, of course, a couple of years, but as time goes by, 10 years from now, 20 years from now, 25 years from now, if we survive and make it that far, we're going to look back and just think how lucky we were to be a part of that 2013 season. And I love the way they did it. They added in, a personal element. There was a family, an Auburn family lost their son after 2012 and on Christmas Day, no less, but went to every game that year as kind of a dedication to him. It was, they were talking about the trees, of course, replanting them, Auburn just kind of, purging of that poison and starting over. And, oh, my goodness. After the Georgia game, and then, I'm sitting there watching it and the kick six happens, and I'm right back there in section 30, and I'm watching the game, and Chris Davis hits the 50-yard line, and tears start flowing out of my eyes at the game. And I'm sitting there watching this the other day in my house, and I'm starting to weep watching this and remember. And I'm just thinking, this was such an incredible moment. It transcends sports, and it transcends Auburn, Alabama. And it was just so – and I love the way that they built up the story and they framed it around all this about, rejuvenation and rebirth. And it was – I just thought it was absolutely fabulous. I wonder, if you saw it, what you thought about it. But it was that 2013 season. That was just, it was unbelievable.
For those of us that haven't seen it, we will be watching it. Don't worry. We would have probably watched it anyway, but we're probably going to find a quicker way to get to it after hearing that, Andy. And you brought up a good point during the break. I said, 13 seconds away. I remember sitting there in the Rose Bowl and looking over at my dad and saying, he scored too quick. He's just too good. Trey Mason just made one too many plays too quick. And unfortunately, that came to fruition. But you made a good point. You don't think we could have handled it, do you?
I started thinking about that after I was watching this. And, of course, they go all the way through, through the Rose Bowl. And I just thought, if Auburn wins that game, that's the greatest season in the history of sports. With everything and again, when you watch it and you really, start thinking about everything that had happened and everything that was associated with it and the way the Georgia game and the way that the kick six and all. I mean, it was storybook. And if Auburn wins that, it would have been so unbelievable. We couldn't have handled it. Well, I mean, we may have we'd have blown it up or something. Something would have happened. It just could not be that great. I'm not sure. That's maybe a lesson of life. You can't have it that perfect. And again, I know we've talked about this before, and I think you and Brett were talking about, or maybe it was Brett saying it was the most disappointing. We were talking about gut-wrenching losses, and that was on the list. And I said, as bad as it was, it doesn't ruin the season for me at all that we did not win that game.
Is Tim Hudson getting better?
Unbelievable.
After 40, it's amazing, isn't it?
I could not hit a home run right now, and I'm almost his age. So I think he's 7-8 right now. Just turned 40, hit a home run the other night. He's going to pitch down the stretch here in the rotation for the Giants as they're trying to catch the Dodgers. This is going to be it too. He's hanging it up at the end of this year. Says it's just time. But what an incredible career! What a great ambassador for Auburn. Giving back like he has.
I think he'll do even more once he gets out, don't you? He just seems like one of those guys that loves it that much.
Absolutely. He'll be around it, no doubt about it. That's going to do it for us on the Thursday edition of Sports Call. We appreciate so much all of you out there joining us. Back on the air tomorrow. Brett and I'll be with you beginning at 4 o'clock. For Randy Lee, I'm Andy Graham saying so long for now, everybody. We'll talk again soon.